between the goal.
To start on the front foot here this afternoon. A big fixture there, 4th versus 5th. 3 points, of course, will see them, of course, reduce the deficit in terms of where they are. But for Deportivo, it's all about remaining with the status. And that is Police, Defense Force, and Terminex Horquetta Rangers. 3 points will keep them in the race.
Andre Pacheco, Nathaniel Garcia, Andre Etienne, a playful look about them. They're a team that have run into some recent form and they know it. Lots of concentration for the team in black though. They have started off pretty decently in the competition, but they've fallen away somewhat and they have a chance to change things around in this fixture. In a minute, we will have kickoff as the ball gets rolling in this Ascension fixture. Cunupia FC in black against Deportivo Point Fortin in the orange and blue. Nathaniel Garcia gets in on the act early. It's a side certainly full of depth. Point Fortin, they've just been in existence for the past 3 years. There's been many incarnations of Point Fortin teams. Deportivo Point Fortin being one of the latest. Well, they're trying to push forward here. It's Graham. It's been rock solid in defense. And that's a rock solid challenge from Nathaniel Garcia as well. Cunupia FC, on the other hand, they are, well, a club that has been in existence since 2008. Despite their short history, though, they have managed to win the National Super League here in Trinidad and Tobago back in 2018. Did attempt to make the jump to the professional circuit 2 years later. Not the best of times for them, just 2 matches in their 17 fixtures. But they're a team certainly that have been stacked with quality, although some might say they're in the rebuilding stage at the moment.
Yeah, like most teams in this competition, it has been an opportunity to give youth a chance and young players coming through the ranks that opportunity. It is an interesting encounter. We're already, James, seeing players slipping and sliding on the slippery surface here at La Horquetta, and it is so important to make sure that you have the right footwear to give you the opportunity.
Oh, Hector could be in here. The flag stays down, and well, the goalkeeper was quick off his line, but I think that Hector, if given another opportunity, might have felt he could have done better.
Yeah, it was an excellent pass by Pacheco over the top. I tell you what, I would have put my mortgage on Hector pulling that down and putting it to the back of the net. A little bit unfortunate there for him. It's good to see him breaking lines and getting advance of the forwards, and of course finding himself in the box. He's a good finisher. Oh,
goalkeeper Terence Lewis, he's gotten his feet wet quite literally. Was to make an awkward save just a while ago. But the thing about Point Fortin, it's a team that lots of young talents. Ezekiel Kessa, who's come in today, scored in the last match that they played in match week 9. But they've certainly got a host of veterans. Andrew Pacheco, the man on the ball, Nathaniel Garcia, Houghton Hector, being part of that veteran trial. And just got to feel that they've got the right blend of players in the team.
Well, it's a team, we talked about the absentee list, but when you look at what they have here, you would have to argue that there's some good depth within this Point Fortin team. Certainly a good representation of the talent at that side of the island. They have been a joy to watch, James, in terms of what their output has been. A lot of creativity, and of course a bit of robustness within the team and steel that would suggest that they can challenge for eventual tournament winners.
Shovin Caesar was the intended target. Didn't quite get in his direction. Long searching ball, trying to get Josiah Daniel going. Already has a goal in the competition. Need a lot more from him. Pacheco. Cornwall. Ronell Paul certainly has looked comfortable since filling in for Wesley John. It's also a good time to welcome our viewers across the Caribbean. Of course, we're live on Sportsmax, and also welcome to our viewers in CEEN TV in Jamaica. Wagwan. Here's Isaiah Garcia. Oh, he's done really well, Garcia. Just couldn't get his pass in the path of Kisa. Well, got fancy there, but he gifted possession right back to Point Fortin. Hudson. Hector. Well, a chance could open up here, and the goalkeeper is quicker. It's the second time that they've been able to penetrate from the left-hand side.
Yeah, we talked about Cunupia's ability to keep shackles on the Deportivo middle of the park. A lot of experience and quality there by when you talk about Pacheco and of course Hector and Garcia. But they still allowed them that space and time, and of course so far it's been it hasn't resulted in a goal, but they are giving them the opportunity to put the passes together.
Well, Hakeem Lewis gambled his luck there. Safe to say that he lost out on that bet. Nowhere near troubling Terence Lewis in goal. Cornwall. Well, they've lost out in a bad area here. And, well, it's a shot that certainly got the goalkeeper dirty. It was nowhere near finding the back of the net. The goalkeeper, Terrence Lewis, of course, big shoes to fill in the absence of Marvin Phillip, the player who's on Trinidad and Tobago duty in the Nations League. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago will take on Nicaragua in the opening match tonight in Managua. Can he find room? Puts it away, only as far as Graham, who tries to get it forward quickly without accuracy. Nathaniel Garcia. It's Cornwall. Ronell Paul. He's just looking for movement ahead. Side to pick out his centre-back partner, Etienne. Hector. Cornwall. Heavy touch, gives it back to Cunupia as Graham gets it away. Well, tuned like a ballerina there, but he still manages to keep it. Cunupia FC. And the break could be away down the right side as Garcia bombs forward. Just loses his footing as he won a corner. Well, the assistant referee says no, it's a goal kick. And Cowie, well, came out worse in the collision there.
Well, it was a freight truck meeting a runaway train. That could have been a lot worse. Cowie, of course, losing his feet in. I thought he got there a little bit late, particularly with the pace there, coming at that right-hand side. But he's fortunate to get away the goal kick.
Cunupia. Well, the ball's just bobbling around, isn't it? But you do expect on a wet surface that the ball will be zooming around. This surface has been a bit unusual in the way that the ball has bounced around. Surprised?
Well, I think some of it is down to the weather being as it is. It's quite slippery out there, as I said, and players are really struggling to keep their balance. And of course, that's affecting and impacting their ability to control the football. Hence the reason it's bouncing around off of them. But other than that, it's pretty lush surface here in La Horquetta Recreational. Tell you what, James, it's a surface that makes you want to play football.
Garcia. Etienne. Oh, they've got the second best defensive record in the league. Just 8 goals conceded, point 14. And they look to add on the other end, but Hudson is adjudged to be offside. Well, can you tell that he doesn't agree? Well, he's found himself in some trouble. Graham. It's back to Hudson. That's good teamwork as they win back possession. Given away. Here's Garcia. Andre Pacheco. Well, tried to be clever with the link-up play, but he lost possession. And Daniel could be onside, but the flag goes up. And, well, it denies him his joy. Cornwall gets a second bite. Well, this could be trouble here. It's clever from Maloney. Oh, he's found some space, hasn't he? But Etienne gets the big boot. Still with Cunupia. Chavin Cesar. Can he pick out somebody in black? Gets into some good space here, but it eventually runs out of touch. Couldn't find Raul Felix.
Well, I think the danger for Deportivo is they could be the architect for their own downfall, as we see, of course, the players and staff there for Deportivo point 14. Of course, no Reynald Carrington, but they have to be careful that they don't try to overcomplicate things in the middle of the park. We've seen that already in 1 or 2 occasions. Just need to simplify things and complete control of this football game so far.
Well, try to get in some space, but again, Etienne comes in and well, even before the whistle, he was hurdling out of the way of Etienne. That's muscle memory, you call that, Brent Sancho.
I think I will hurl away from Etienne as well. Fearsome defender. Known for that heavy tackle, slide tackle. Tell you, wouldn't want to be even in a 60-40 in my favor, James, against Etienne.
Andre Etienne, of course, top load of experience for the defender. 5 caps with the Trinidad and Tobago national team. And, well, has played in India. Did win a title there, winning the Duan Cup in India, Andre Etienne. He's back home now to help his home community, Point Fortin. Cowie. Well, Cowie's a player, has played in almost every position in defense. Daniel trying to link up and, well, he's claiming that something illegal happened and the referee agrees.
Well, I tell you what, the defenders are loving this condition. They've been sliding in. Some lunging challenges. It's not really textbook defending, but it's the weather that they're enjoying it. Hopefully it's not a detrimental one that costs their team.
Daniel gets his head on it, but will be cleared safely by Garcia. Kesa, oh, that's a good ball. And in some space here.
Oh, I tell you what.
Yeah, his legs have been taken out.
It would be very interesting, James, to see what part of the area that was. Area of the field, that is. Wonder if it just clips in the box. Be interesting to see.
Well, he got hot and spicy and given the appropriate treatment.
I was well outside the box. It was very late from where we sit here. There's a moment there I thought that it was in the box. Of course, with the wet conditions, the challenge would have taken him into the box.
Well, Brandon Semper getting a start today would have not liked to be the naughty party. It's 14 escaped with yellow. Now that's a conference. I'd love to hear the chatter between them. Hughes and Hector, Kesa and Andre Pacheco, all known for their fearsome shots around the area.
Well, there's certainly a lot of quality there in and around the ball. It is a difficult angle, one that favors the goalkeeper. But with the type of quality that's surrounding that football, why not?
Newton Hector has scored from the free kick position. Similar positions in this tournament. Sure, Jean-Pierre David would have that in mind as he sets up his wall. Wow, the referee's unhappy about something. So too Chevin Cesar, who's pleading his case.
I'm not sure what he is pleading. It's the laws are very, very simple. They haven't played the ball.
Well, the man from Lambo Tobago will have to be careful as Quincy Williams puts down his mark, quite literally. And it's Pacheco, and the wall does its job. Well, they tried to get Cesar going, but that pass was cut out. Here's Hector. It's gone past one. Opening up space here for Kesa. And chance could still open up for Hudson. Cowie does well to clear the danger. And on the other end, it's a foot race between Daniel and Cornwall. And the flag goes for offside. Well, might have felt that he might have had the better there of Cornwall. And he might feel that he hasn't seen the best of his team. I was a bit surprised that Cornwall was not selected in the local training squad. He's certainly been one of the better defenders in this tournament so far.
Yeah, he's done more than enough, I think, to be called in. He's shown great balance offensively and defensively. He's been rock solid defensively. and certainly has been explosive on the offensive end. But of course, the national setup would have had other ideas.
Oh, heavy challenge on Hudson. Unfortunate to keep possession to Garcia. Here's his cousin. Nathaniel Garcia loses it. Chico lost his footing. Point Fortin still keep it. Kessa running into traffic. And it's away by Stephen Julian, the centre-back. Oh, that's well cut out though. Well, tell you what, might have broken the song barrier there. But thankfully, no broken bones or injuries from that challenge. Hector. Daniel Garcia asked to play in a central position. Brewster's touch is heavy, but Maloney keeps it. Daniel is giving away possession, and Point Fortin could have a chance to push numbers forward. It's a slip and slide contest at the moment. Teams are struggling to keep possession. Hector likes in 1v1 position, and he's perhaps gotten the better. Well, he's done well to recover. Still not cleared. Well, finally Cowie sends it anywhere. And let's see, best link-up play, and that is saying much from Point Fortin so far that we've seen in the last few minutes.
But they've looked very comfortable in the defensive third and middle third. It's in the attacking third, James, where I think that little bit of quality that they do possess and creativity has been lacking. And I think they'll be happy so far with the opening 20 minutes or so.
Cornwall being hassled. Very high Cunupia press. One, it's almost worked there. Oh, the central midfielders here struggling to find space, coming deep, pulling wide, as in the case of Nathaniel Garcia and Houghton Hector. Kept a very solid middle block, Cunupia. Here's Graham. Well, with Stocks. He'd have been trading well, but he's been trading possession all evening. And here's some space opening up finally for Houghton Hector. He's up against Graham, and that's a good tackle. And Graham is eventually fouled by Cornwall.
Yeah, it's a good challenge there by Royal Felix. Had to get that right. Hector making a sharp cut inside. Seemed to have beaten his defender there, James, and had his sights on goal. I think Felix had other ideas. Good solid challenge.
So we are inside the 20th minute of the match. Still goalless between Cunupia FC and Deportivo Point Fortin. Mid-table clash here in the Ascension Tournament. Point Fortin in 4th position, just above Cunupia FC in 5th. And should be easy for Julian. But in the absence of their talisman, Kevin Woodley, who scored 9 goals in the competition, they're going to be relying on Daniel and that man, the goalkeeper, Jean-Pierre David, who so far has done his job. Well, it's been scrappy, to be fair.
I think the conditions have played a part to, of course, the nature of this game so far. Players just are not comfortable with their footing. But there has been a lot of intent, though, James. Both teams certainly showed up here this afternoon. But I think Deportivo Point Fortin seemed to be the team more in control, certainly from a possession standpoint. creating chances and executing them is another story.
Well, here's Garcia trying to find Hector. Well, in terms of confidence, Deportivo, they have gotten maximum points from their last 4 fixtures. 4 wins for Deportivo. The last win coming against Maruga, 2-1. It's been quite a different story though for Cunupia FC, who've just gotten 1 point in their last 4 matches. And that came in the way of a draw against the league leaders, Rangers. Well, here's Caesar. Daniel. Well, they've been playing patty cake. Nobody wants to eat. Garcia takes it away as Etienne finds himself in an unfamiliar advanced position. And Etienne, the centre-back, could be in there. Let's go! Point 14. And whenever in doubt, Houghton Hector bails them out, and he's done it yet again.
Well, this was all about that man there with full smiles, Andre Etienne. What an outstanding piece of football. Of course, winning the football high up the park and going from there and eventually putting it across into the box for that man Hector to put it into the back of the net. What a tremendous effort by the centre half, Andre Etienne, creating and carving out the opportunity for Hector, who made no mistake with a great execution and put it into the back of the net.
Well, I've got to say it was all about Andre Etienne, the centre-back. Really got himself in a great position, found himself bursting forward, and in the end providing the service for Houghton Hector. What a goal. Could there be more from point 14? Is this the key that picks the lock? Here's Ronell Paul. Isaiah Hudson. Oh, he's got a tango here. Oh, he's done well. Getting past his man in a dangerous area. And, well, he came so close to goal number 2. And, well, the whistle comes to the rescue of Cunupia. Jean-Pierre David, he was taking no chances himself.
Yeah, good piece of skill there by Hudson. Eventually evading Felix and whipping that ball across the box. Dangerous ball. Unfortunately, the offside was called. But good football again by Deportivo. Really now taking a stranglehold of this fixture.
Well, more chances could open up here as Chubin Caesar tries to get in on the act. He's taken out. Well, they need a wake up at the moment. Cunupia, the trailing. So they're not shy to pile bodies forward as the big men finally try to join the fray. Kadeem Graham, the centre-back, will be one of 7 players in the area for Cunupia. In at Julian, and well, it's cleared away by point 14, and they could break yet again. Here's Kesa. Oh, he's from Houghton Hector. He's living in space at the moment. 1v1 against Felix. It's Kesa, gotten past one, and well, he just couldn't pick out a teammate. Unfortunate in the end.
I felt there was a better option out wide right for him. Instead of course, going in the other side there to Hector. But Cunupia needs to be careful here, James. They really have to find a way to get themselves back into this one. Looks like Hector and company have loads of space out there. That's another brilliant ball by Etienne.
Well, they look to create more space as Pacheco's hassled for this one, but he does well to keep it alive. couldn't pick out Hector. Well, it's a game that has snoozed and cruised and has been rudely awakened by a Houghton Hector goal, as Deportivo Point lead by 1-0 against Cunupia. Here's Omri Baird. Well, they're piling bodies forward now as he's getting past 1-2. Still has an option, and flag stays down. Chance open up for Isaiah Hudson to make it 2-0. And they say 1 + 1 is 2. And well, he's counting his blessings at the moment, Isaiah Hudson, as Deportivo Point lead by 2-0.
Well, there was a slight hesitation in the execution of the goal. I think Hudson may have felt there was signs of an offside. But once the ball was collected by him here in this area, there's only one thing in his mind, and that's putting it past the goalkeeper, giving him no chance whatsoever. 2-0, Point Fortin, nothing less than they deserve.
Well, it's not often that we see Jean-Pierre David beaten, but when he's left all alone, with the experience of a man like Isaiah Hudson, well, nothing that he can do. As just like that, Point Fortin, they've grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck. Is there to be a response from Cunupia? Well, here's Omri Baird. He wants to get his name on a roll, and he has! Goodness gracious me! Well, the camera bulbs are flashing all over La Horquetta at the moment, and there's one name that will be on the headlines tomorrow, and it is the name Omri Baird. I tell you, it's not Miss World, but that was a beauty. 3-0, Point Fortin.
Well, he looked like he was thinking about what to do, and his right foot took charge there with an absolute belter into the back of the net, giving Jean-Pierre absolutely no chance. Tell you what, that is a scorcher. I'm not sure if he could hit it any better. Pure laces, lead of the ball. What a punctuation there by Baird. Not sure if there's a goal of the tournament, but I'd like to cast my vote right now.
I tell you what, it certainly is a candidate. That's the kind of goals you tell your grandchildren about and your great-grand, and, well, you tell anybody about. In fact, they might be talking first.
Well, if there is a TV screen on the taxi maxi back to Point Fortin, I can tell you what I would want in my station, and it's this here. Omri Baird, look at this for a shot. He takes a touch and sets himself. And look at the pace and trajectory of that ball. Poor goalkeeper David didn't know what flew past him. We are very close to Piarco Airport, and for Jean-Pierre, he must have thought that that one was at least a departure out of Piarco. A lot of thoughts in the mind there, but I could tell you what he's thinking. A rocket of yellow screaming past him. He's going to have nightmares tonight.
Tell you what, kids, if you've never seen what a kryptonite looks like, it's that yellow spherical thing that you saw hit the net. Not even Superman can get it. And after 30 minutes, 3-0 Deportivo. The alarm bells are ringing in Central. And but I'm not sure anybody's going to pick up right now. Can they answer?
Well, we talked a lot about giving time and space to the middle of the park to Deportivo Point Fortin, and Cunupia have done just that. The threesome of Pacheco, Hector, and Garcia have done everything and anything they want to do in the middle of the park. They've completely dominated. They've stroke passes, they've thread passes, they've broken lines, they've gotten forward. And they look also comfortable in the middle of the park. And they have been the designers of Cunupia's downfall so far. I think one of the challenges, James, for Cunupia is the advanced position that Hector is picking up. He's not staying necessarily in the middle of the park. He's been breaking forward, and even in some situations, advancing past Beard. His movement has caused no end of worry to Cunupia.
Well, they've got to work out the solutions to the conundrum that they find themselves in at the moment, Cunupia. It's 0.14 at the moment, cruise control. Here's Garcia. Well, that is well cut out by Cowie. Couldn't find Daniel. Paul gets Hudson back in the mix. Oh, they're just having fun at the moment now, aren't they? They're in charge and control. And they're making it look easy. Well, here's Ronell Paul. As cool as you'd like. But tell you what's not cool, giving away possession to Cunupia. And that's a good turn though. Space is opening up, and well, they're going to hit the net with wild attempts like that. Might have gone for a throw even. Just perhaps some of the desperation showing. He's had an easy day at the office. I just wonder what the confidence might be for the players in black at the moment. To their credit, they've kept their chins up quite well so far. Looks can be deceiving. Here's Baird. Well, tell you what, we're talking about him in Vance River, Labrie, Cochrane, Captiville at the moment. He's the chatter of the town. Not going to be buying his own lunch tomorrow.
I think he could even go as far up as Pfizer and maybe to get a free meal there. Tell you what, it didn't look like he was going to shoot, James. But whatever doubt he had in his head, swiftly changed, of course, once the ball left his shoes.
So there's a call for a handball, and it will give Point Fortin an opportunity to send missiles into the Cunupia area. What do you make of a movement between Cornwall and that man, Newton Hector? They've interchanged well, they've created space on that side of the field.
Yeah, and I will even add, of course, Hudson to that mix as well. They've interchanged positions. And because Hector is such a clever player, James, he's been able to find and create space, not only for himself, but his teammates as well. And it's one of the reasons why Cunupia is struggling to get hold of this game.
Well, here's Hector in search of some more joy. Oh, he's gone for the acrobatic, and in the end, it's the simple nut back from Ronell Paul that finds its way to the goalkeeper. It's not over. Here they come again. Nathaniel Garcia, he's gotten into a dangerous area now. Can he pick out a shirt? Well, he's found the goalkeeper, and he's found him as alert as ever. Well, the air raid sirens are going all over again. And again, the goalkeeper gets a big fist this time again. The shot goes wide eventually, and Nathaniel Garcia apologizes. But it certainly screamed danger. And it was that man, Jean-Pierre David, who's come to the rescue of Cunupia yet again.
Well, it's only been 36 minutes gone in this game, and already Deportivo Point Fortin has sent a signal out to the rest of the competition that they are here for the second phase of this tournament. They look like they're in impeccable form, James. Everything looks so natural, very fluid in their approach to the game, interchanging of positions as we mentioned before.
Oh, he had to get jiggy there as Stephen Julian
Look at
shot.
that for confidence.
Yeah. Caused them all sorts of worry. It's a foot race here with Hudson. And, well, he's been impeded the illegal way. Felix, a guilty party. Oh, what a match he's had. What a match his team's had, point Fortin. Oh, that's clever. Sent his man on a ghost chase. Opens up some space for Pacheco. Nice fluid movement about the attack of point Fortin. Attacking trio. Really interchanged really well. Garcia. Oh, that's good. Almost finds his cousin in space. He can't get a second bite, maybe, as Baird gets involved. Will be a Cunupia throw.
It's really a big ask, James, for Cunupia, from a Cunupia perspective, to get themselves back into this one. They just have not been able to find any sort of rhythm, particularly in the middle of the park.
Wow, got his wires crossed there. Tension must have found Hector. Maybe he might have served himself well looking at the playbook of Omri Baird.
I tell you, from what we've seen so far, they've been sharp, point Fortin. Very, very sharp. And all that they've done, very tidy in possession and good use of the ball. Good patience, good build up. They've been very clever. As I said, that middle three, 4-point Fortin, have been outstanding so far. Really controlling the tempo of the ball.
Here's Kesa. Paul. Isaiah Hudson. Cornwall. So they've managed to win it back here, and they can go forward to Hudson, who finds Hector. Well, Cunupia finally get an opportunity to keep ball, and they'd want to keep it as long as possible. Daniel couldn't do it, but they do win a throw. Here's Julian. Chavin Cesar, he's been the invisible man for much of this first half, the former T&T international. Just feel like they need a leader at the moment, Cunupia. Just wonder who's going to put their hands up for the team in black. Oh, they'll have time to think about that. As Maloney goes in search of some joy, and it's easy in the end for Lewis. Oh, this is where it gets sticky. It's Hector. Kesa! And Jean-Pierre David might have gotten a touch that takes it for a corner.
Well, I'd like to see that play again. You have to see that touch by Hector. I think that has to be easily the touch of the tournament. Over the shoulder, after a long kick from the goalkeeper, Hector in full flight, and been able to pull it down. Look at this for an outstanding touch.
good defending in the end. Oh, on this one, steered wide of the mark, and well, he'd want an attempt like that again. It's a goal kick though. That's not happened, but I can't help but go back to that Houghton Hector touch of an angel. Here's Julian. Well, the centre-back has found himself in advanced positions as he tried to compete with the midfield, add extra numbers. Oh, this is smooth from point 14. Yes, Hudson should be in, but again, Julian, I spoke of him,
well.
In fact, Graham, rock solid.
Well, look at this for a touch, James. Over the shoulder, look at this. Magnificent stuff. That's, I guess, what we see in Trinidad, a touch from touchland.
Certainly as sweet as they come. Here's Garcia. He's had little defending to do in this match. Isaiah Garcia, the right back. Has had several touches though. And again, they found a way to create space, and this time Julian gets in the way of Nathaniel Garcia.
Again, looking at the position that Hector picked up, he's just been able to find spaces and pockets within this game to, of course, impact and affect, of course, the play. It's just been a joy to watch. Class and experience of Hector.
Maloney looking for options, and well, picks out the option he was hoping to avoid. Hector, he's been everywhere, Houghton Hector, but this time he's giving it away to Daniel, and the chance could open up here as to get past the defending of Ronell Paul, and well, he's found out what many have found out so far in this competition. It's not easy to get around him. It's like the wall of Father Abraham.
I think when Hakeem Legal there picked up the ball in that wide position, his first touch really let him down there, James. Didn't really set him up for any sort of advancement past Paul.
Well, here's Julian again, charging forward. And, well, centre-back, he's really getting forward, but it has left the space behind at point 14, a homing to exploit. Underweighted, but Hudson tried his best to get around Rolf Felix, but without success. That's good defending. Well, just 1 minute and 30 seconds of time remaining in the first half. And they're going in search of more, the team from Deep South. Just 1 minute anticipated to be added on. Is there to be more drama in the first half? Oh, Maloney. The nice turn, but then the ugly giveaway. So added on time will be all that's left, the 1 minute. In the first half, a first half that has been dominated so far by point 14. We'll lead by 3-0. Maybe more. And oh, wow. That right ham certainly stood as firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. Not sure he knew much about it.
I tell you, the power that he was able to generate from that one, Pacheco. Looking at the goalkeeper Jean-Pierre's right hand. It flew back like it was a Barbie doll being flung across the room.
Well, they'll have a chance to grab a break as the first half has come to an end. It's a first half of jubilation for that team, Point Fortin, and it has been a nightmarish first half for Cunupia FC, who find themselves trailing by 3-0. We take a pause and we come back with first half highlights. Well, it's 3 goals that separate the winning team from the losing team at the moment. And Point Fortin, they hold the upper hand and the advantage at halftime over Cunupia FC. What a match that we've seen so far, match that has ebbed and has flowed. The Ascension Angels are providing entertainment, and we are entertained with the highlights of the first half. And Houghton Hector, early, Omri Baird, thwarted by Jean-Pierre David. On the other end, Terrence Lewis filling in for Marvin Phillip. Well, certainly earned his pay. And then Kesa, almost winning a foul inside the area, forcing the first yellow card of the match. But then this pass to Hudson, and again, Jean-Pierre David had to be at his best. Well, they huffed and they puffed, and Andre Etienne would help blow the door down, and Houghton Hector, well, he's not the Flying Dutchman, but the Flying Point man. And the centre-back, unlikely source of the service that Hector would put away to give Point Fortin a 1-0 advantage. Then there was more, the Dilly and the Dally, and this time Hudson has enough room to pick his spot, and he made it 2-0. Point Fortin parting the Black Sea. Isaiah Hudson in charge of dancing and goal-scoring celebrations. And then Omri Baird with the best of the lot. That's the kind of goals that you don't stop. Picked his spot, and that's a net seeker. Didn't stop until it hit the net. And that put Point Fortin 3-0 in front of Cunupia. Nothing Jean-Pierre David could do. And his expression sums up a first half. Well, the beauty of the night sky is the perfect backdrop for the first half stats, and it's a first half that has been pretty even almost in terms of shots, but it's been pretty contrasting in terms of results.
Yeah, certainly contrasting when you look at the shots on target, fouls, 2 apiece for both teams. Yellow cards, 1 for Cunupia. No red cards in this game so far. 2 offsides to Cunupia, 1 to Deportivo. And of course, corners, 1 for Cunupia, 3 saves apiece. You're correct in saying, James, that statistically, it's certainly on par. But on the field of play, it has only been one team that has dominated proceedings this afternoon, and that's Deportivo Point Fortin.
Well, do you like nostalgia, Brent Sancho? Because we take a trip back as we look back at some of the recaps of the last match week. Round one certainly provided lots of action, and Terminix Horquetta Rangers managing to hold on to that top spot nearly. And Police FC versus AC Port of Spain. This match, of course, took place in week 6, and Mikel Jem Gordon provided some treats, getting a nice goal. Freitas tried to get in on the act himself. And look at this, the old dinky from Kareem Freitas. That's a wonderful hat, and it fit well. And then more action from them as Joel Lewis added his name to the goal scorers sheet. I think we should have a competition for celebrations. And goal number 4 would come from that man, Jem Gordon. He's been their leading marksman this season. And, well, he's done his homework at the Police backs, and he take a 4-0 win. Police FC also took on Central Soccer World, and Simeon Bailey would get in on the act in this one, getting the first goal in that match. This match, of course, taking place in week 7. And spoke about Jem Gordon, and that's a gem of a goal, as he made it 2-0 for them. Gabriel Nanton, instrumental for them for the most part. But Joel Lewis, he likes dancing, and well, that's a happy ending for him. Yellow cards, celebrations, and fun. And of course, one of the best matches in match week 8, where Defense Force took on Police. It ebbed, it flowed, and then that happened. And well, do I need to say his name yet again? Jem Gordon, I'm going to say it anyway. He got them going early in this match. But this match, pay attention to him yet again, because he scored a double. Unfortunately for them, it's a match that they would eventually lose due to that decision, and they lost 4-2, but certainly one of the best matches of the tournament. And Police also took on Central FC, and Kareem Freitas, his responsibility has been to lead the line, and he's been efficient when called upon. Heavy challenge, and everybody seeing red. But he's been the least spoken person in the Police team, but perhaps one of the most crucial. Cameron Purcell, the defender, has already scored in excess of 4 goals in the tournament. Lots of action happening. And Deportivo Point Fortin, of course, they're playing tonight. They're in 4th place, and they've had a rocky road in this competition, ups and downs, but they've certainly been on the ascendancy. Shaquille Henry, one of the goal scorers for Deportivo, man they call Smack. And what a celebration. Well, they took on Real Westport in week 8, and Akinola Gregory got in on the goal scoring act. And this game certainly provided lots of action. We spoke about Houghton Hector, and this time Andre Pacheco taking away what could have been one of the goals of the tournament from him, but what a combination that they've had. Houghton Hector has been an instrumental player, as we've seen tonight, and well, has been in the past for them, getting in on the act as well. Well, last week they took on Moruga FC, and they would score first in that match. Rough big boy play. And Nathaniel Garcia would be the one to seal it up for Deportivo Point Fortin, winning that match by 2-1. So it's a good time to take a break, and when we come back, we've got second half action. Deportivo lead by 3-0 against Cunupia FC. Well, the action is live and thriving here in La Horquetta. 45 minutes will determine if the greatest comeback in the tournament will occur. But at the moment, one team has all the luck. Deportivo Point Fortin as they lead by 3-0. It's been a first half that has been definitely all Point Fortin. Brent Sancho, of course, is alongside me. And what do you make of the first half? And can there be any sort of reversal for Cunupia FC in this game?
Of course, the changes seem to be coming in here for Cunupia, but it's a tall ask for Cunupia, James. I think one of the things that they needed to do was have control in the middle of the park, and they just haven't been able to do that. But credit the three men in the middle of the park for Deportivo Point Fortin in Hector, Pacheco, and Garcia. They've oozed with class and quality as we see Ramdeen warming up. And they've been able, of course, to release the likes of Beard and Hudson and Cesar. It has been a really comfortable display by Deportivo as we have a look at Cunupia. And the discussion, of course, goes on for them. You just wonder, what can they possibly do to change things? It's going to be very, very difficult as, of course, it has been a situation where they have not controlled any department of the field. They have been dictated to by that team there, Deportivo Point Fortin.
Oh, look at the quality. Smek Henry, Mark Ramdeen among the list of big performers. And some changes have been rung in for Cunupia. And, well, lots of changes. They've taken out the striker, Josiah Daniel, and they've brought on Delon Jagasa, the former Carpachima man. So he comes in. He is certainly one of two changes for Cunupia FC. And LaShawn Green, or rather Dominic Douglas, will replace Raul Felix, the wingback. So he's been tasked with trying to keep Houghton Hector quiet as a second half gets set to happen. So Ian Cowie I shifted over to the right-hand side as Felix has come off. And already, Cunupia tried to push forward and show their intent in the second half. Just feel they've got to show a lot of that. A lot more if they are to get back in this game. And that's well away by Graham. It's point 14 through. It's Cornwall. Garcia. He's been perhaps the quietest of the midfield trio in the first half. Looking for Hector, and well, a whistle for the tough challenge. So the deck has been shuffled for Cunupia FC, and they're hoping to find a trump card somewhere in that mix. Houghton Hector has his eyes set on that man and the white net behind him. Nathaniel Garcia also fancies having a go. Well, they've got a job to do, and they'd hope to be effective. And well, they have been effective. Nathaniel Garcia keep it alive though. And well, Tingord manages to stay alive as Hector tries to keep it in. Only as far as Garcia. Andrew Pacheco, his pass is cut out. And that's good defending. Cornwall keeps it alive. But he's found himself with some space now, Cornwall. Can he pick out Houghton Hector? Well, he does find him. And maybe a shot, and that's well defended as well. Again by Maloney. Chevin Cesar. Cunupia tries to break forward. And again, Cornwall comes to the rescue. Pacheco. Isaiah Garcia. And Chevin Cesar, he's got a runner with him. And that's well cut out again by Cornwall. Well, positionally, he's been rock solid so far. Well, they're certainly bringing on the firestorm at the moment, point 14. Cunupia, they've prepared. They've brought on Maestro Mensah, the Ghanaian central defender. And he will be tested here. Houghton Hector gets there first. And well, after 3, there was 4 and more for point 14. And Houghton Hector gets his second of the match. And maybe the writing is on the wall for Cunupia FC as they find themselves trailing by 4-0.
Talk about rolling back the hands of time. Hector is showing all the class and form that oozes from a man of that quality. It's a good ball there by Hudson Hector with the perfect run. And look at that for a finish. Absolutely no chance there for goalkeeper David in goal. Just when you felt that Cunupia were trying to turn things around, there comes the dagger. Might have to say game, set, match, James. Pretty early for it, but looks that way.
Well, they need a Harry Houdini to pull out one of his magic tricks, because Nathaniel Garcia, well, he has his joy abated. Well, they're looking for Cesar here, and he can get in. He has a yard of pace. And, well, Garcia's tackle just seemed to go right through him. Quincy Williams, not interested in the least. And, well, the man from Lambo is quite disappointed. Yes, Garcia is finding more space. Well, that is well cut out. No, well, it's much of a stretched game at the moment. They're finding more and more gaps. Yes, Hector for the hat trick. Oh, John Pierre David with the arms of steel. And, well, it's finally cleared. But Point Fortin, they're huffing and a puffing, and they want to blow the door down. They want more. Well, Dominic Douglas could get in on the act here, but Terrence Lewis is comfortable. But again, more space. Oh, that's a great ball. And Kessa could be in, but he's lost his footing. Looks so good. But Mother Nature putting in the ultimate tackle. No. I don't think any coach will be happy seeing their centre back doing step overs, especially when he gives away possession. Pacheco. Here's Isaiah Garcia. Omri Baird. Well, certainly finding space quite easily. Not making use of it though, Garcia.
Well, they've done a fantastic job of
dancing with the stars.
Well, we talk about the interchanging, the movement, the creativity, the vision, the craft. It has been everything. And when you look at the points table, James,
Nah, just go right ahead and take, man.
Brent Sancho, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brent Sancho, mic check.
Oh, that will be well, and just in case you close your eyes and ears for a moment, you might have missed 2 more goals, and we do apologize for the technical difficulties. But Deportivo point Fortin, well, look at that, 6-0 over Cunupia FC as we are inside the final 10. Maybe something here for Cunupia. Yes, there is. And, well, that's as good as consolations go. And they will have something to celebrate with their fans as they've been able to pull back something. And it's that man, Kwesi Allen, getting on the score sheet. And, well, when the scoreline says 6-1, it doesn't feel as good, but I'm sure they're going to take it anyway, Cunupia.
Well, it was good work by Caesar. Once he got this ball out wide, fizzed it across the goal. And Allen there with the slightest and deftest of touch to put it into the back of the net. Nothing more than a consolation, but a well-worked goal by Cunupia FC.
Well, there have been a host of changes since you've possibly last seen the broadcast. Houghton Hector has been out. Well, Douglas tries his luck and he's won a corner. Houghton Hector has come out, so to Andre Pacheco. Akeem Redhead has come in an attack. So to Shaquille Henry, Smeck. certainly a win that they would put them in a decent looking position as they chase the top 3. And well, Cunupia will have to try again after that failed attempt at getting a goal from the corner. So win will take Point Fortin to 20 points. That's just a point below third place Police FC. And well, they're going to feel confident that as the round progresses that they can get in shot of the leaders as the top 2 are tied on 23 points.
Yeah, Deportivo has been certainly one of the better performers in this tournament so far. And they deserve to be within the rankings of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, Defence Force and Police. You have to feel, though, James, that this tournament will be decided on the head-to-head games between that 4. And when that comes around, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Everything to play for. This version of Ascension Tournament is far from over. Of course, that man there in the picture, David, has a lot to ponder, inclusive of a rocket. But this was the consolation goal. Cesar slides it across. Allen touches it into the corner. Good delivery there by Cesar. He's worked hard tonight, but it has been a challenge for him.
So he's just counting down the minutes to what will be a very famous Point Fortin win. 6 minutes remaining. 6 goals on the board for Point Fortin, or maybe more. Paul Shaquille Henry certainly wanted to have a go at extending that. No luck in getting it on target. Well, he's had 2 good looks since coming on. The man from Santa Flora, South Trinidad. He certainly wants to get his name in the headlines tomorrow. But you just look at the depth of this Point Fortin team and you feel that if everyone's healthy heading down into the backstretch of this tournament, that they certainly can bamba with the big boys.
Yeah, well, we talked about, of course, the head-to-head battles that is coming up between the Deportivos, the Police, the Defence Force, and Terminex La Horquetta Rangers of this world. But you have to look from a Deportivo perspective. They're class and craft players like Hector and this man in the ball, Garcia, are starting to come of age, certainly fitness-wise. They're looking a lot sharper. And they're the type of players that can have major impacts on tight games and close games.
Well, that man who just gave up the ball, Mark Ramdeen, might be one of them looking to stamp his name in the team in the future. And maybe Allen stamp his name on the score sheet with a second. Oh, it's not easy getting past Ronel Paul or any of the defenders for Point Fortin for that matter. Here's Shaquille Henry. Oh, he's done well, Henry. Has options and, well, he's chosen the Lone Ranger route. Oh, if you're going to judge by the movie, didn't do very well. It's fair to say his shot didn't do very well as well. That movie did star Johnny Depp, didn't it?
Yeah.
He won recently, so 2 Point Fortin.
Well, I tell you, it's an actor that's gone up in many esteem since his off-court ramblings.
Well, Point Fortin will be Johnny Depping tonight. It's a long drive back to the southern borough. Just about 2 hours from the location here in La Horquetta. And I can tell you what, that bus ride is going to be a celebratory one. Can Cunupia spoil the party? Get a second goal? Wow, they came very close. The crossbar preventing that. Maybe now? It's with Shaquille Henry. They're going scouting for more goals as Mark Ramdeen skips away from 2 challenges. Well, I'm sure he's a good dancer. He's got such light feet. Here's Ronell Paul. Garcia. Well, he certainly had the right idea. Didn't quite get the execution. Akeem Redhead. Well, the clock is ticking down and it's just a matter of formality. Point 14. Well, they're just waiting for that final whistle, but they'll have to wait though. A goalkeeper on the other end is down, Jean-Pierre David. Well, they've broken the back of the Cunupia defense 6 times this evening. And, well, his back feeling some pain as well, quite literally, Jean-Pierre David.
Well, I think when you look at this bunch here, the Deportivo Point Fortin side, and with a full slate of games left in this round, you really can't put them out of the competition. You have to feel that they have a genuine chance of winning the Ascension Tournament. If you are to, of course, take heed of the performance they put forward here tonight.
And what a performance that was. It's a 6 performance as they walk away 6-1 winners over Cunupia FC. A famous victory for Point Fortin will take them to 20 points. They will remain in 4th position, but certainly just 3 points off of the top of the table. So a gloomy atmosphere brought us into this match, and well, it's a gloomy one for Cunupia. They'll leave in a gloomy position, and the chances opening up Houghton Hector, breaking the deadlock off of Andre Etienne's service, and that made it 1-0. Later on, some razzle-dazzle, and Isaiah Hudson, well, that was easy for him, and he gave Point Fortin some dance moves and a nice goal to celebrate. And, well, perhaps the goal of the match, Omri Baird. You don't stop those. Look out for the Hornets, by the way. That made it 3-0. Isaiah Hudson played a big part in this game, giving Houghton Hector his 2nd of the match, playing the instrument, and Houghton Hector making music. 4-0 Point Fortin. Cunupia did threaten occasionally, and that man was well prepared every single time. But Nathaniel Garcia and company, well, they gave a show for the most part. And, well, they had to evade some rough challenges as well, with the Cunupia team unrelenting and unwilling to go down. And then there was this excellent teamwork, and Andre Paseco, well, he found the bottom corner, the power and the precision. And that was 5 in the 2nd half. 37-year-old. Still sure he can do the business. And then Hector sending Kesa on a run. And it's a run to glory finding the promised land. And by that time, Point Fortin were looking all set. Cunupia would get a consolation. Trevin Cesar finding Kwesi Allen, the substitute. And they were able to get one finally into the back of the net. But it was a case of too little, too late. Point Fortin running away. 6-1 winners. Good time to look at the stats now as we check out some of what took place in the match. And, say a picture paints 1,000 words, and here's 1,000 for you. 20 shots to 14. 12 shots on target. Half of those went in for Deportivo. Of their 7 on target, just 1 went in for Cunupia. The fouls were pretty even, shared quite evenly, so too the yellow cards. Offsides, Cunupia, they finally got the edge on Point Fortin with one of them, as well as corners and saves shared evenly and equally. But unfortunately, in the end, it was Deportivo Point Fortin who got the most important statistic, and that was the score. And at the end of 90 minutes, Deportivo Point Fortin walking away 6-1 winners over Cunupia FC. And a match that we certainly all enjoyed. We'll be joining Brent Sancho shortly, but just a reminder of what's coming up later on. Don't forget, at 8 p.m. immediately following this match, Horquetta Rangers, the top team on 23 points. They're going to be coming up against Central FC in a battle between top and bottom. Central FC, a young team in this competition, haven't really done well in the competition, coming up against a team who has scored the most goals in the competition. But I tell you what, we are set and ready to check out one of the top moments of the game. And I'm sure we'll all agree with our Sportsmax app moment. And there's nobody who's going to disagree about this one. Omni-Bed. That's how you do it. It's a song from the 90s that said this is how we do it. And Omni-Bed, he might have been playing that in his head as he gets our Sportsmax app moment. Well, we've seen the action. It's time to talk, and Brent Sancho is standing by and ready to talk with the coaches.
On camera too.
Paul, we do apologize that we've lost the audio and unfortunately won't be able to hear from the coaches. But please do stay with us as we get ready for match number 2 as Horquetta Rangers, they come up against Central FC. Join us back in a few minutes right here on Sportsmax. For now, catch you later. Well, it's David versus Goliath here at the Larkhizer Recreation Ground. The Terminex Larkhizer Rangers, the table toppers, coming up against Central FC, the table proppers. They're in 9th position at the moment, and they've just gotten 1 win in their 9 matches so far in the competition. For Terminex Larkhizer Rangers, it's been a tale with a different twist, as they haven't lost a match, just dropping 2 points in the competition, 2 draws. And my name is James Saunders. Joining me is former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup defender Brent Sancho, as the teams make their way out onto the field. Terminex Larkhizer Rangers in red, and Central FC will wear white this evening. A big match expected, a big crowd as well, always out in full support to support the home team. Crystal Sobers, one of the top female officials in Trinidad and Tobago, makes her first appearance here in Horquetta at the Ascension Tournament. And this is a fixture that one feels that Terminex Horquetta Rangers should definitely have the advantage in.
Yeah, they have, of course, blazed a scorching trail as it relates to tournament results so far. Undefeated. Only blot on their page has been against Defence Force in a draw. From a playing perspective, they have played enterprising football. Certainly a free scoring team, and have put in many teams to the sword. A very young Central FC team, a team in transition. And of course, they've been finding and trying to find their way through lineups on a consistent one, which they haven't had.
Well, speaking of a young team, lots of young players, led of course by Keyshawn St. Rose, the former T&T youth player, and he will have largely inexperienced cast around him. Leonardo da Costa, Kwame Hegu, Javon Thomas, Shem Clausel, among others. And this team, of course, coached by former national team assistant coach Ross Russell, who in fact will be going up against his son, Ross Russell Jr., on the opposite end. Well, speaking of Ross Russell Jr., he's in the lineup this evening. A very familiar looking defensive line for Terminex Larkhizer Rangers, with Javon Morris, Caleb Sturge in there. Jesus Perez, he gets a start inside, and they've tampered with the attack somewhat, as they usually do, rotational style. Maurice Dick, the Maruga midfielder, is in, and he will be joined by Ikem Andrews, the T&T Youth International, Isaiah Lee, and Daniel David. Jabari St. Hilaire will start in goal. Dave Kwamina is the coach of this team. Good news, Atula Guerra back on the bench, returning after injury. And for the very first time, Jamal Crichton, the captain, will start on the bench.
Well, from a Central FC perspective, again, they have to do everything in their power to limit and stymie the wide threat that Terminex Larkhizer Rangers presents. And for this team here, I think more of the same. They have been explosive in transition, and they have found a lot of joy in turning defense to offense. And they will have to do that again here this afternoon. I think the one thing, James, they're going to have to fight against is complacency. And if they can, of course, avoid that, then we see no reason why they would not be favorites to win this one this afternoon.
Well, if you looked at the team sheets, you would see a noticeable vacancy. Riel Gettle and Kaim Thomas, they've been called to the national senior and under 20 teams respectively. Of course, T&T taking on Nicaragua later on this evening, as Kadeem Corbin, a former T&T player, gets the first shot of the match. And wow, I tell you what, this might have well been a Fast and Furious special, because the game got off really fast. The Terminex Rangers getting an early chance.
You talk about the start. Good through ball there by Akeem. And Corbin, who's in a good vein of form of recent, took it in stride. The only thing that shot didn't have, of course, was, putting it in the corner.
All the drums bring alive the fixture as Kadeem Corbin goes on a foot race, and it's a good tackle to take it away from him. Central FC, they've got a big task on their hands this evening. Just one win coming against Maruga FC in their 9 fixtures to date. A largely young team. And there's Maurice Dick. Doing well to escape danger. Finds Perez. Oh, Russ Russell Jr. Just wonder what instructions his father would be telling his young team as a bit of butterfingers. Almost gave up an opportunity from a Russ Russell Jr. cross. Here's Ike Andrews. Good to see him back after a muscle injury. As stymied his participation in the tournament, and almost a first chance for Kadeem Corbin. Rarely misses. They're fortunate that was one of the rare moments that he does. But I just wonder what Russ Russell Sr. would be saying to Central FC Chargers to defend against Russ Russell Jr., who's been one of the standout players of the tournament.
I think overall he'd be saying to his Chargers to try to be nice and compact, be very respectful of course, their shape, James, and not losing their shape or becoming ragged or dragged all over the park, and that's what Rangers wants to do. And I think more importantly, he would also say to be mindful of Rangers in transition. As I said, they're probably easily one of the best teams in the country when it comes to turning defense to offense. They have a lot on their hands here today, but it's certainly in a sport that we all love, it's not unattainable.
Well, loses his footing. Isaiah Lee in a bad area. It's well won back by Daniel David. Yes, Tyrone Charles acting as captain this evening. It's a good pick out. Well, typical style, they're pelting bodies forward, the red shirts. But they've lost it. And this is where Central might feel they can make some inroads. Costa runs into Dick, who remains down as play continues. And, they got ambitious. And finally, play will be called back as Maurice Dick will be attended to. What do you think are the keys for Central FC in this match?
Well, I think one thing's for sure is they can't be overawed by the situation. As we have a look at both coaches of Central FC there on the bench, they have to be obviously understanding of the threats that Horquetta Rangers present, but they cannot by any stretch of the imagination look at this as mission impossible. That's the first and foremost for them. They have to believe. And that man there in the picture has to be competent and strong in the goal.
Castanabadi in the clubs. And, no pom-poms, but I can tell you they're fans.
Well, it's not a place that only provides good football. It also provides good food.
Love to sample.
Well, I heard the chips is divine.
Well, Daniel David will continue under lots of space for Ross Jr. Oh, he's put it past his own keeper. And they were guarding the front door for the attack of the Horquetta Rangers, but it was the knife in the back. And that man, Hague, put it past his own keeper. And, they find themselves trailing 1-0.
Well, once Tyrone Charles slipped this ball through here for Russ Russell Jr., Hague was in a good position. There was absolutely no need for him to stretch that far and put the ball into the back of the net. He had a man right behind him as well. There's no communication, and eventually they inadvertently put the ball into the back of the net. Poor defensive play there, and a mole that was already part of this game now becomes a mountain for Central FC.
Well, you don't go around giving hampers to the wealthy. And, well, that's exactly what Hague did. Just gifted Horquetta Rangers with a goal. Already have enough in their closet. They've scored 37 goals in the competition. 7 more than the nearest competitor, Defence Force. Well, it's a good time to welcome the viewers in Trinidad and Tobago on CEEN TV6. Welcome to the action here in Horquetta. Here's Tyrone Charles. Oh, nice interplay here. And too heavy, the final touch. Well, they're smelling blood in the water. Terminex Rangers, that's what they do. Can't afford to give them goals early. Maybe a chance here. And, well, St. Hilaire, he's as comfy as a grandmother's bosom in saving that one. Oh, this is a good ball, and one that is well cut out in the end. Isaiah Lee certainly had his eyes light up with that opportunity. Well, they've been very dominant from set pieces. Can this be one of them? Aimed in at Lee! And the wall, he was free. But the goalkeeper was as alert as the ball flew to his right.
Well, he did find a bit of space in the box there, Lee, but he was always moving backwards and just wasn't able to generate the pace necessary to get it past goalkeeper Aberdeen. But that's not a bad effort. I tell you what, James, I'm not sure what script Jabari was reading in goal there, but I think he was on the wrong page because it looked like it was about to fly past him.
Well, his confident credit is really high. Keyshawn St. Rose, he dialed long distance and he almost connected. I'll tell you what, if there's one person that they've got to keep a close eye on, it's Keyshawn St. Rose, top youth performer, perhaps one of the best centre forwards coming out of the youth system recently. Well, what about this one? Kadeem Corbin. I tell you what, we're going to certainly have a showdown as it's gone for a corner. Keep your eyes on Kadeem Corbin versus Keyshawn St. Rose. Oh, that's an interesting looking service. And, well, Ross Jr. was about to say that he's a defender, but he's the kind of defender that scores goals, so scrap that. They're lucky, didn't catch it cleanly. We've just gone past 10 minutes and wow, I'm already dizzy. It's been end to end. Corbin, Lee, Aikim Andrews, still Andrews. Well, stuck his hand out there. On the opposite end, well, did try to get Leandro da Costa going. Cut out, but Tyrone Charles could add insurance, and insurance it isn't, because the flag has gone up. And talk about sticking a pin in the excitement, the assistant referee certainly brought the fans to their feet, but he's doing his job. And Central FC, they're breathing a sigh of relief.
Well, we talked about Rangers in transition, and that's exactly where they almost punished Central FC. Of course, it was spared their blushes by the flag of the RA assistant referee.
Well, lots of teams might be missing players across the region. Of course, the Nations League action taking place at the moment, and if you're following, well, Bahamas, they're currently leading St. Vincent and the Grenadines by 1-0. And that indeed is the final score. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, will be coming up against these teams as well. But how about this? Ran into traffic, but they keep it alive. And, well, that's good from Lee on the opposite end of the park. Ike Andrews. Ball. Possession backwards Central. And the chance can open up at the back door, and it's too long in the end for Leonardo da Costa.
Well, certainly the youngsters of Central FC is settling to the task now. And they're causing one or two moments of bother for Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Just needing a little bit more quality there.
Well, they're certainly giving it a go, Central. Not shy to get forward. They're not intimidated. Might need a sling though to take out Goliath. Yes, Tyrone Charles, a T&T international. It's well cut out. So with Pierre, he's found himself with an acre of space. Hague, it's his own goal that has his team trailing at the moment.
It's a lot better from Central, James. They've not only been able to, of course, contain Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, but they've also been stringing together a few passes, finding these pockets and playing and picking their moments.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, I tell you what, that was... I looked at referee Sobers there for a second, James, and looked like the whistle was about to be tweeted. That's a poor pass.
In a bad area as well. To a bad person, St. Rose. Can he find Acosta? Oh, Sturge is happy that Javon Morris got something on that. Surely would have been the equalizer. Lee. Andrews. Nobody home. Tyrone Charles picks up. And well, almost got a second known goal. And well, they're living dangerously. And they're fortunate this time that the accuracy did not go against them. And well, that man would have been guilty yet again, Hague.
Well, he just needs a little bit of composure, James, and not to be caught up too much in the moment.
Lee gets his head on it, and well, Dick's shot is skywards. Well, they're quite patient in build-up. Andrews. Charles. Well, they've lost that. And the white shirts race away. Oh, goodness me. Oh, my God. Well, I'm sorry if I lost my composure there, but the defender certainly lost his as he dove into that challenge there and was sent out for drinks.
Well, Corbin putting in a typical striker's challenge.
Love to see that again. In the meantime, though, they're going to be lining up their mark from some considerable distance, and Cinderel's confidence takes it off the feet of Mulreen. Talk about dirty dancing. Yeah, Corbin is not liking that one bit. Oh. Tell you what, Breeze detergent usually gets off that stain. Here's Jesus Perez. Javon Morris. And Corbin is in an offside position. I'm looking at the movement of Tyrone Charles, and he's playing a very interesting role, Brent Sancho. He seems to be all over.
He seems to be playing in the 10 role, but he's flirted with a couple other positions. Very similar to Hector in the first game, trying to find and locate space and play in pockets and to, of course, have an impact in the game. He's certainly shown a lot of endeavor so far. That's a good ball. And he get there.
Too good, maybe.
Yeah. But he's shown a lot of endeavor and work rate, but I think the execution and the final pass, James, seem to be just lacking a bit. But he's a player of tremendous capabilities.
So 1-0 to Terminex Rangers. A win in this match could take them to 26 points, as they will hold on to the top spot on goal difference at least. Nine matches they've played, 7 wins, 2 draws. That is good. Corbin. And, well, so well cut out in the end. Certainly had promise. Oh, they're never shy to put bodies forward, and they've got 8 inside the area. Not the tallest players, Terminex Rangers, but well, they do get ahead on that one. Central FC can't boast of having tall defenders either. It's an even match. And that's too long for Maurice Dick. Well, if you can speak drum language, those beats are saying, come on. Egging on the action here in La Horquetta.
I wonder what type of fitness regime a drummer would go through in a football game, James. Those guys have tremendous stamina. They've been going at it since the first whistle, really.
Tell you, Kipchoge will have to look out. They've got incredible stamina themselves. Love to talk to one of them. Maybe danger here. And, well, needed to get it on target with some power. Here's Ross Jr. Andrews switched flanks, so it's on the left now. Oh, it's gone past the wall. And well, just over the head of Lee. And yeah, maybe an inch taller. The score line might have increased.
I think he may have misjudged the flight of the ball. He seemed to have gotten under it instead of coming onto it. It's good work there by Andrews. But Lee maybe could have timed his run just a little bit better. This man has done well for Central, Shem Clausel.
Any relation to Ian Clausel, you think?
That's his father.
Oh, his father, of course, the famed dread dribbler, Ian Clausel, known for his dribbling prowess. And when you're known for your dribbling in an era of Russell Latipi and so forth, says something about what you can do.
Well, it says a lot. His entire alias had to do with dribbling. The dread dribbler. A phenomenal player in the high school for Mokarapo Senior Comprehensive.
Well, here's Tyrone Charles, and well, it's touch. Just let him down there. Certainly carved open a wonderful chance for himself, and he feels that he could have done better. Well, he might be in some discomfort as play continues.
Yeah, well, I looked at his shape, James, when he took the shot. He had a good touch, but he completely miscued it. And if you looked at his body shape in taking a shot, if he took another look at that, you would see that his leg, his planting leg, when he took the shot, may have just slid out from under him. And may be the reason behind this injury.
Well, the good news is he's back on his feet. That's our Campari Player of the Week last week, Kadeem Corbin. Keep at it, boys. If I were him, that's what I'd be saying.
I think what's important for Central FC is that ability to keep their shape and be compact. I think they're very familiar with, of course, what threats Rangers present. The question is, can they stop them?
Well, he has the task of stopping them, that man.
You all showing the injury to Tyrone Charles again, or? Okay, no problem.
Well, after a breathing break, play will continue. Tyrone Charles, though, hasn't returned to the field. He's walking towards the bench, and he has been replaced by Junior. As soon as night is done, unfortunate for the standing skipper tonight, Tyrone Charles. He's having a wonderful game until that moment. You need better accuracy than that. Well, this back line hasn't really been tested that much. Some long-range efforts coming from Central FC. Nothing really to test Javon Morris and Jesus Perez. Not the usual combination. Caleb Sturge has played everywhere in defense. He's played all across the defense for Timnex Rangers. So too Joel Leslie Russell. Jesus Perez, the former National Caribbean Cup winner, getting his chance.
I think they've shuffled the pack on a couple of occasions. This Timnex Horquetta Rangers, of course, missing some players due to national call-up for the Nations League and, of course, National Under-20. But they've they've been consistent one thing in one department, and that's scoring goals. Doesn't matter who plays up front or who plays at the back.
Keyshawn St. Rose will want to add some goals to his name as well. Can't get past Perez. Sturge. It's a bit of a utility player, Caleb Sturge. Very versatile across the back. Lee. Asun. Is Dick. Pathways opening up now, Corbin. And, wow, gravity certainly wasn't in his favor this time around. Touch might have come off a defender, so it will be a corner. Usually expect him to pin the donkey's tail from that kind of distance. A touch and in the right direction from Ike Andrews, but not hitting the target. They're coming closer. That house better not be made of straws. They'll blow it over. Oh, this is good. Looking for the Costa. And St. Hilaire is alert. That's a good pass from Dick. Oh, slightly behind Ike Andrews. Javon Morris. Well, fortunate, but Lee will fall nicely for him. And, well, the goalkeeper lucky to see that one stick to his glove. And Hudson, well, he's unlucky because he goes to ground now.
I think it's very similar to the Tyrone Charles injury. Look at when he plants his foot. We talked about the slippery surface we've had. A lot of rain here in Trinidad and Tobago, certainly here in La Horquetta. And it's a slushy, very slushy, hard to stand on type of surface. And his planted foot, as we look at, of course, Coach Russell of Central FC. But when you look at his planted foot of Lee, I think that might give you an indication as to what may have transpired.
But he does look to be in a better position than Tyrone Charles, who's forced off.
As we take a look at it here again, he gets past. Ooh, I tell you what. Forget about the planted foot. I think that kick on the knee would have had its impact. That was not nice.
Well, let's just say fortunate no VAR, because well, that might have been something else. Oh, no harm, no foul, quite literally, as play continues. Isaiah Lee is still off the field, though.
I'm surprised he is. Keegan Farrier certainly left his imprint.
Ike Andrews can get at the end of this. Looking around for support. Oh, that's a good ball. Just over the head of Corbin. Kept alive by Asun. Here's Ross Jr. Many at the back door. Who's going to get there? And Dick does, but he couldn't nail it. And the man from Grand Chimay, Maruga, he ran a long distance, but he just couldn't finish the job.
Well, from a Central FC perspective, you want to know how that 3 red shirts, free back post with the simplest task of just putting the ball in the back of the net. luckily from a Central FC perspective, they couldn't do it. That was poor marking, and of course, Coach Russell is pulling what's left of his hair out, because it's shocking from all perspectives, really.
I think that Rangers might be in some trouble. Lee still has not made his way back onto the field, and it's looking unlikely. Sitting in front of the team bench at the moment. Or maybe he can get something to smile if Junior Asun can get away here. The flag is down. He's lost his footing as well. And, Hague, I think, would have made up for the earlier error. He somehow kept that out. Still with the red shirts. Oh, that's clever. Asun. Daniel David. And Sturge. Oh, goodness me.
The dread dribbler's son.
Well, you don't hear the name Clausel and rush in, do you? But he's going to take his man on here. And, good block in the end. Can he keep it alive? He does. Yes, Spear.
That's a good ball.
Searching. And he's found the market. Wow. Goodness me. And, he scored the Costa, and he's got the Ronaldo celebrations. And he does what Ronaldo does. He scores goals.
Well, we built this one as a David versus Goliath, but nobody told Da Costa with that finish. What a touch of class by the young man. That is a very difficult header. The ball behind him, and of course, still with the ability to put the ball into the back of the net. A good delivery there by Pierre, and an even better finish by Da Costa. My God, James, we have a game on our hands. 1-1.
Well, when you've got the celebration, the Ronaldo celebration, you've got to have the finish. And tell you what, Da Costa, he certainly mimicked the great man, Cristiano Ronaldo. So 1-1, game on. But Sturge will have to chase here with Da Costa, the goal scorer. And it's one that he wins. They're pumped up at the moment. Here's Asun. Had a great chance to put his team ahead before the equalizing goal, Junior Asun. Lost his footing. And, he will feel some redemption, Hague. It's his own goal that put them in the position.
Well, he's now found his voice somehow, as we see Lee trotting back on after that Felix challenge. Certainly doesn't look free in his movement. But Central FC has their tails up, James. They're playing like a team inspired.
Here they come again.
That's not bad.
Well, they're looking for St. Rose. And here's St. Rose. 2 men down. Oh, he's going for the first post. And, he had a very small mark to aim at. And you can't forgive him for not finding it. But he is getting close and to the man that you don't want to give it away to.
Well, yes. All of a sudden now finding gaps and pockets. And they're causing some problems. Certainly that chance there by St. Rose just needed a little bit more quality. He did everything right, and he just had the opportunity to put it into the back of the net. He went for the more difficult proposition, which is putting the ball first post, trying to beat the goalkeeper. There goes that man again, Clausel.
Well, just loving what I'm seeing. And maybe more. And the St. Hilaire this time, he gets down really quickly to smother the danger. They're knocking.
I Tell you what, this game has turned into a really entertaining end-to-end content, and Central FC is a playing participant in this one. What they've done, James, they've actually now played with a bit more confidence. We talked about the fact that they cannot be overawed by this situation, and all of a sudden, here's a team that's winning their 50-50 challenges, and of course having the bravery to break lines and get forward and give support to the team. So,
well, Ike Manjus can pick locks himself, and well, Kadeem Corbin can usually find the target. He did, but the goalkeeper well positioned in the end.
Well, you would have to suggest, James, that Central FC's bravery and upturning fortunes has really been pushed and buoyed, of course, by the complacency of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. They've had their chances, they just haven't finished it, and they've looked very lax in their approach to finish goals. And sometimes in this sport called football, when you don't respect your opponent, you get punished for that. And Terminex La Horquetta Rangers is finding that out right now.
Well, I can guarantee one thing, and that is that the pack will be shuffled. Dave Quamina has called for reinforcements. He doesn't like what he's seeing from the boys in red. Ike Manjus. Wow, what a challenge.
That's really good work by Central, James. I'm looking at how quickly the white shirts got back behind the ball. And we talked about how good Rangers are in transition, but Central FC have done a tremendous job themselves in transition, and they've really matched them here. We don't know how long for, but this is good work by the youngsters of Central FC.
Well, they're retreating at the moment as the white shirts try to barge their way forward. Changes are coming. Atula Guerra, Jamal Francois have been summoned. This bunch, they've got a few minutes to make something happen. Could this be the moment? Dick, well marshaled. His pass is cut out. Central FC can break quickly and break well. There's Pierre, the architect of a goal, and opens up some space for St. Rose. Oh, that's good. St. Rose! Oh! And that's a big left paw to keep it out. And you can't poke the bear and expect him not to bite, and St. Rose is biting at everything.
Well, a good bit of play between Clausel and St. Rose. The two danger men all afternoon, really, for Central FC. And within that interplay, a right foot rifle was unleashed there by St. Rose, but the big left paw came out and swatted it away. I tell you, if you were drawing up this script, James, we would not have envisioned this one so far. It's been entertaining, though.
Well, I'm certain Shonda Rhimes is somewhere behind this. It's her type of script, as that one flashes across goal. So many twists and turns. Might be a Netflix special right tomorrow. Ball could turn again here. There's Corbin runs into trouble. And the game is really opened up now. Here's Clausel. There's a dancey, weavy way about him, but possession is gifted back to Rangers. Asun. Oh, that's good from Ross Jr. It's Dick. It's good interplay here, and well, it's well blocked in the end. As Corbin tried to get his toe in front of the defender. Maybe from distance. Well, no luck. So 2 changes have been lined up. They're primed and ready to come in. Reinforcements needed for Terminix Horquetta Rangers. Central FC have certainly got Goliath on his back foot.
And you have to give them credit, James. At 1-0 and then a bevy of chances for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, it would have been very easy to accept them to fold after that, but they certainly didn't. They have found us the strength of David and have been able to, of course, as you rightfully say, put Goliath on the back foot.
Oh, here they come again.
That's a good ball.
And St-Hilaire had to be
tell
good.
you what.
Is he good enough? Well, just might have been, as that one rolled past the outstretched boot of the attacker, St. Rose. And usually, if he does get his boot, it does end up in the net. Not this time. So Atula Guerra, the T&T International, the man nicknamed the Trini Ronaldinho, is set to come in. And Jamal Francois will come in as well. So Isaiah Lee comes out. And I'll tell you who the other player is. And Caleb Sturge, the defender. It's a firefight, I tell you. They've taken off a defender. They've added 2 attackers. Paul, tell you what. Put your napkins on. This is going to be a treat to look at. Well, here's Guerra, his first involvement. And maybe not the best involvement.
Well, it looks like Dick has moved to the right back position. And David has been allotted that one hold in the midfield. As we take a look, of course, at the substitutions being made. And David would play that sitting role and allow the likes of Guerra, Asun, of course, Francois and Ikem the joy of going forward. So it certainly is an attacking change.
Perez in search of the substitute, Francois. Well, that's a sprint of a fresh-legged fellow. Was a man of the match in the last game that they played. Just a few seconds remaining in regulation time of the first half. And maybe a chance here for a win. Well, to take the lead. That's good goalkeeping. Almost said a winner for a second. Renewed sense of urgency from the home team. And did have some stoppages in the first half, and I reckon that we will have 2 minutes of time added on.
I think from a Central FC perspective, they've certainly turned it up a notch, but at the same point in time, you do suspect that Rangers has another game. Maybe this is it here.
Francois, wow, that's a good block, if ever there was a good block. And good defending and good goalkeeping in the end.
And what I was saying, James, is you do feel that Rangers could take it to the next level. The question really is, can Central FC go up as well? And I think that's what the second half is going to unveil for us. But I tell you what, Ross Russell and his Chargers have to take a tremendous amount of credit for what his Chargers have been able to do so far. He's had them very well organized. They've looked good value for money. But more importantly, they've shown belief. And because of that man there in the picture has instilled that in them. He's still barking orders. And of course, happily abled by Julius, his second in command. It's always a challenge working with youngsters, James. They sometimes can be erratic, inconsistent. But one thing you can never, of course, deny for young players is that heart and that ability to want to. And that's what Central FC have been showing tonight.
So we're almost to the expiration of the 2 additional minutes that have been granted to the first half. Is Daniel David. And well, Guerra's been hustled out. His first match back in the last 4 appearances or so. He's been out injured, but he has been re-added to the cast of young stars at Rangers. And well, that's not a shot that will put you in a star position from Javon Thomas. Well, Crystal Sowers calls time on the first half that has been as entertaining as any Hollywood blockbuster. And at halftime, Terminix Horquetta Rangers are held 1-1 by Central FC. We take a break and we come back with first half action. Well, I hope you've got your seatbelts fastened because we're going to take you through a wild run of the first half highlights as this match between Terminix Rangers and Central FC is currently locked at 1 goal apiece. Started Kadeem Corbin as early as the first minute, forcing that man to get low. And then Tyrone Charles, the wiggle, the waggle, and the slip into Ross Jr. And the defender getting a unfortunate touch, putting it into his own goal, Kwame Ague. And just like that, Terminix Rangers were ahead early in the match. Would redemption fall in his favor? We'll have to wait to find out. Tyrone Charles later on, as he almost put it back into his own net a second time. And then that man, Clausel. Yep, taking Kadeem Corbin out to the cleaners, and Kadeem Corbin taking him to the cleaners himself in a physical way. And then Corbin, expect him to hit the target from that distance, deflected over, and more chances coming close for Terminix Rangers. Then the potential free kick just outside of the area. Isaiah Lee had to get treatment, eventually being replaced in the match. Ike Andrews did threaten. Maurice Dick though couldn't finish. And then that service on Pierre. And look at Da Costa climbing over his man and finding the top corner. Has the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration. Sui, oh, whatever he says. But he did score. The big palm of Jabari St-Hilaire did keep them alive. Keyshawn St. Rose as he forced them to make some big moves. And it's a night that he has looked good so far. Terminix Rangers, they've looked concerned. And 1-1 at halftime. Let's see what the statistics of this game suggest. And, well, pretty close when you look at the statistical table. 14 shots to 10.
And yeah, the shots on target, 9 to La Horquetta Rangers, 6 to Central FC. 1 foul from Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, 0 yellow cards and red cards, 2 offsides in the Rangers department, 5 corners also in the Rangers department, 5 save for Rangers, 8 for Central FC. The tail of the tape. But what actually transpired in the pitch was, of course, the rising of David in the fight against Goliath so far.
Oh, will they find that sling? Well, the battle for the top 2 has been immense in this competition. Terminix Rangers just ahead on goal difference over Defence Force, so they'll be looking for a win. Let's look back at their journeys in this competition so far. And as you can see, level, just a goal difference, plus 25 for both teams, but Terminix Rangers, of course, scoring more goals. Rangers did take on Westport in the competition earlier on, and perhaps the goal of the tournament, Kyle Thomas, who is away with the national senior team at the moment, opening the scoring in this one. Ross Jr. threatened, as they often do. Poon Lewis in goal, had been top in this match, but then he couldn't stop Jamal Francois from the old dinky, and that put them 2-0 ahead. And then later on, Tyrone Charles, the captain, finding the top corner, and that made it 3. And then later on, the goalkeepers were called into action. 3-0 that game finished. Terminix also took on Central FC. Tyrone Charles, well, he loves to score goals whenever he's on the field. He put them 1-0 ahead in that match. And then, look at that. The goalkeeper couldn't keep it out. Getting on the score sheet yet again. And then an own goal, a recurring theme every time they play Central FC, seems. But this game had more goals. Isaiah Lee got in on the act from the Real Gill corner. And, well, fortunate to escape with a yellow only. Then this one from Gill. Sneaky. And it somehow manages to find the back of the net. That game finished 6-0. And Terminix Rangers took on Cunupia FC. David in goal was certainly making it a tough proposition until Real Gill did that. No wonder he's one of the best players in the tournament, earning his first call up to the senior national team, and it's for moments like that. Yeah, nothing he could do, taking a 1-0 win there. AC Port of Spain was also in the firing line. Well, they certainly created some moments of their own until Kadeem Corbin. He's won 2 Campari players of the match, and it's because he scores at crucial times. This is one of them. And he says, thank you. Of course, making reference to being mimicked in an interview. He said that word quite often. And then he provided the assist. Gill couldn't convert, but Daniel David had his shooting boots on. Clever. And 2-1 is how that match would finish. So they stay on 23 points, but Defence Force, they're not far behind. On goal difference, they're level, just behind, just having scored less scores, and they've got a front 3 of their own. And this is one of them, Rion Moore, the national attacker, opening the scoring in this match against Cunupia FC. And then Jamil Boatswain, yep, he is now the competition's top scorer with Showtime Edwards. And Brent Sam, rounding off the top 3 scoring for them. And Rion Moore would get a double in this match. Unselfish. And yeah, they certainly enjoy moments like that. But that wasn't all for the match, as Rion Moore could have had a hat-trick. But Dylan King instead would get goal number 5. And the red cards, jockey backs, and all sorts of fun in that match. They also took on Moruga FC. And, well, this was a goal fest. Brent Sam with the service. And Justin Garcia, the centre back, with the finish. And then later, Brent Sam. Well, you can't caress better than that. That made it 2-0. 3 as Brent Sam scored his second. Was there to be more? It certainly was. Jamali Garcia getting the header. And then Justin Sadu supplying. Brent Sam for his hat-trick. And I certainly was the man of the match in that fixture. Police FC, the clash everybody came to see. Kadian Gabriel guilty of a handball, and Brent Sam. Yep, you're going to get tired hearing his name. Just loves to score. But Jamil Boatswain, he's the competition's top scorer. And because he scores in crucial moments. Controversial penalty, and Sam would step up from the spot. And that made it 3-2 in this match. And then look at this one. The substitute Dwight Quintero made it 4-2 in the PS Clasico. Certainly one of the most exciting matches we've witnessed in this tournament. Nothing Adrian Fonset could do. Brent Sam, man of the match there. Defence Force also took on Real Westport, and this is why he's tournament's top scorer, Jamil Boatswain. Rarely misses when given the opportunity. And that's another example of just how clinical he can be, scoring 2 in that match. And then Darius Oliveira would get in on the goal act as 3-0, the match finished Defence Force. So the action is prime, ripe, and ready for the picking in the second half. At halftime, it's all square. When we return, we've got second half action. Juicy action awaits us in the second half between Central FC and the Terminix Horquetta Rangers. All level at the moment and all to play for in the second half as these teams prepare for war. Jip Saunders is my name. Brent Sancho, former T&T defender, World Cup player, is alongside me. And what can we expect in a second half that is level after 45?
Well, I think from a Rangers standpoint, they're going to have to do better. Forget about tactics and where do you play and how do you play. I think their attitude and their application towards the game needs to improve. I did talk about the fact that complacency could be an issue, and their first half performance so far have been littered with that. So first and foremost, they have to have a better, of course, better application towards the second half. And from a Central FC perspective, more of the same. They have grown in stature as the minutes piled on in the first half. They were very compact, well, of course, organized as a unit, and in transition, they got numbers forward, which was really good to see. And I think the question is, as I said, coming out of the first half, is when Rangers go up to that next gear, can Central FC stay with them?
Well, Crystal Sobers has signaled the start of the second period. No more changes for either of these teams as the second 45 resumes. So it's the first corner of the second half, and it will be one taken by Terminix Rangers. Daniel David, got a good corner. We'll have a second attempt from a throw. Only as far as Chevron Morris. Guerra tries to thread the needle. Well, the big guy will tussle for this. Still holds on to possession to Maurice Dick. Can't find space. Jesus Perez will think of going, and he does try his luck. Too rough and heavy from Russ Jr. Oh, that's good. This could be better.
Tell you what!
Oh, well, he's lucky. Didn't know where it went after it glanced off his glove there, Jabari St-Hilaire. I don't think his teammates would mind, though.
Well, I'm not sure how much of it he would have seen, because his reaction, the late one, certainly would suggest that this ball had some movement in it. DaCosta cuts inside, and Jabari would have had some problems with the flight of the ball, and that almost ended up in the back of the net. It seemed to swerve a bit. What a start by Central FC.
Well, they'll come knocking again, and Javon Morris this time gets some purchase on it. Certainly had some movement in the air there. I think in the end that St-Hilaire did well to get his gloves on it.
Well, it did swerve, and if you look at the moment it left DaCosta's boot to the time it made impact with Jabari's glove, it may have changed the trajectory at least 3 or 4 times. And you would know, James, from a goalkeeper perspective, that is a tricky, and of course, add the wet surface and the wet conditions to that.
Well, I think a factor that many don't put into consideration is the low height of the floodlights as well. The night sky with low floodlights, that can prove an additional challenge for goalkeepers. Well, here's Asun. He's coming knocking on his own and couldn't find Ikem Andrews. Here's St. Rose. And well, the touch too heavy there from his compatriot, Jarek Williams. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. The dangerous area. Here's Da Costa, or Pierre rather. And well, anyway, they see a glimmer of hope. They have a shot. Well, Francois could be through here. On his left. Well, looking for his right foot. Finds Guerra. And it's 2-0. 2-1 rather. And he doesn't miss Kadeem Corbin. When the pistol is set, he usually finds the target. And the Central FC have found the go-ahead goal that they've been searching for. And it's from one of their best scorers, Kadeem Corbin.
Well, we did talk about the potency of Rangers in transition. And that is a fine example of that. Good skill there by Francois Guerra, laying it into the path of Corbin. And if you wanted to find a man that's rich in form, you have to look no further than Kadeem Corbin. Excellent finish, punched it into the back of the net. Rangers back in charge.
Well, how often have we seen Kadeem Corbin bail Rangers out of sticky situations? Well, that's another example for you. Maybe more here. Ikem Andrews. Wow. He does bend it. Just not enough. Well, this is the nail that they were looking for. Terminix Rangers. Central FC, their confidence was high in the second half after going in level. Have they done enough to put them off? Oh, that's good. Compare. Gonna look for a white shirt.
That's a handball, I tell you what.
Well, not spotted by Crystal Sobers. Nor the assistant that was closest. Here's Corbin. Well,
he's a lucky boy.
Favors the brave. And he's brave enough to get the third goal of the match. And, well, it's dark. And he might as well say goodnight to Central FC. 3-1. Kadeem Corbin, the goal scorer.
Well, it will be interesting to have another look at that opportunity there with St. Rose and whether or not it was a handball. But it's all for a matter of conversation, because more importantly, Kadeem Corbin have seemingly put the nail in the coffin here for Central FC with that what I consider fortuitous goal. Clausel making the challenge, ball rebounding off of Felix and eventually back in the path of Corbin. Had even the chance to pull his pants up before he put the ball into the back of the net. Fortunate one, but I do feel, James, that there may have been a handball there with that St. Rose situation before the goal. I'm looking at the linesman on this side and he was quite close to it. Didn't say much. So I guess he had a better sight than me, certainly closer.
Well, the rules are quite complicated these days considering handballs. Movement of the arms, natural movement, defensive positions. Seems every Monday morning they're changing the handball rules, so he's an expert, huh? I'm just a commentator. If you want something good in your neighborhood, who are you going to call? Kadeem Corbin. And he's come good yet again. Oh, could be on a hat trick here, Kadeem Corbin. It's 1v1. Oh, he's well defended in the end by the defender. Chance could be open still. It's bouncing all over. Finally cleared only as far as Javon Morris. Wow, that's something you don't see every day. Javon Morris taking off on a sprint.
Well, he needs to get back.
Left some space for Da Costa and St. Rose. Two of the more dangerous players. That's a great ball, but it's well cut out though by Ross Russell Jr., who's defending. So Javon Morris in a sprint attacking and Ross Russell defending. Who's next? Santa Claus? Here's Atula Guerra. And Guerra is the scorer for Terminex Horquetta Rangers. And it's done and dusted. The resistance is broken. And they've gone for their most senior magician. And he puts them 4-1 ahead.
Well, we always knew there was another gear that Rangers had, and question marks stood around the fact of whether or not Central FC could keep up with that gear that Rangers is capable to go up into. And I think we found out the answer to that question.
Well, they've called for Romario Burke. Maybe a bit too little, too late. Jerick Williams is the man sacrificed. Yes, Ross Jr. He's won a corner. Or has he? Well, it's a throw. Oh, belatedly got there.
When the ball was bouncing and bubbling, and there goes Guerra with the cute finish there. Just places and past Aberdeen, the easiest of finish. And this game has gone from a close encounter to a blowout by the blink of an eye.
Well, he was the United States Soccer League Golden Boot winner back in 2018, Atula Guerra. And he's showing that he still has the class and composure to be among the goals. USL is the second division.
Bush League football.
Well, they've shuffled the deck and so far they've pulled out trump cards. Terminex Rangers. And you just feel for Central FC. Did put up a good fight for all of 50 minutes. And like vapor, it was gone after that. Well, here's Guerra. And yeah, a lucky fan will get a souvenir.
Well, I think the line of engagement by Horquetta Rangers is a lot higher than it was in the first half. And they've not allowed, of course, Central FC the opportunities to stroke the ball around like they did in the first half. They've disrupted their style of play, but that's indicative of what we've seen from Rangers throughout this tournament. They sit quite deep in the first half, and in the second half, they press quite high up the park.
Here's Dick. Ross Jr. Well, he could be in here. That's a fantastic save. Second bite. Well, he's taking his time about it. Well, he did the Macarena, the Machacha, and the crossover step, and just didn't pull the trigger. Dancing all over the place. Ike Andrews keeps it alive, though. Oh, that's good from Dick. Corbin, lots of space, 1v1. Some 2 goals. Maybe a hat-trick in mind. Oh, that's a great ball. Still could be open, and
he's an offside.
Jamal Francois, but the flag has gone up. And Central will breathe a sigh of relief. And well, Francois, he's going to be disappointed by that. But he really thought he had scored the 5th goal for his team. Just straight offside. Jamal Francois. More changes. Well, they're the repairmen. So, the Costa has his tour of duty ended as Sampson comes in. Dorian Sampson and Jashon Thomas are the two players added. Well, they'll have to defend early on. And, well, they did a good job at that. Oh, that's good. Can he create some space to get the other Da Costa going, Leonardo? Well, here's Corbin. He's bumped and he wants to continue playing. And I think he's livid. Thought he had the advantage going there. Well, when you're in that type of goal-scoring form, you just want everything to roll in your favor. Now this is interesting. Atula Guerra, Ike Manjus. And I think he's conceded to Ike Manjus. He's a well-known dead ball specialist, and he says, my ball.
Well, I'm looking at the composition of this wall, and there's only 2 white shirts. That can't be right, James.
Well, as Mama always said, you burn to learn.
Well, there's a wall of 2, and then to the right of them, there's a wall of 4. I've never seen that sort of construction before. And it was always going to end that way.
Well, that's how you burn. And that's goal number 6 for Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. He's shaking his head, almost saying it's too easy, as Ike Manjus etches his name on the headlines.
But what was the point of having 2 walls? It made completely no sense. It would have made a lot more sense if there were 5 men in the wall, or even 6. I'm lost for words, really, James, because I don't understand the reason behind it. Of course, as we take another look at it here, he just shoots straight through the middle. A wall of 4 and then a wall of 2, and he stands in the middle. Well, we've seen it all tonight, James.
Well, I never understood Pythagoras' theorem, and I'll add that to my list of things I don't understand.
Is it 5-1 or 6-1? I think it's 6-1 and check the score.
So we've gone past the hour mark, and wow. I think it's safe to say that this match is over as a contest. Well, here's Guerra. Oh, what a save that was. And, well, they're making him work. The goalkeeper, Keston Aberdeen. Will be a corner. Well, some shirt tugging, but they managed to get it away far from goal. It's as far as Jesus Perez.
It's really about, of course, damage limitation here for Central FC. They have to find a way of getting back into that organization that they had in the first half. They've certainly been rattled so far by the explosion of goals by Rangers.
Well, they did put up a challenge for more than half of the contest, Central FC. But in the end, the quality of Terminix Rangers just outshining them. Well, here's Corbin. Oh, that is an excellent save. If I have ever seen an excellent save from that man, Keston Aberdeen. It was hard, it was low, but the save was spectacular. He's got wings.
Well, it was a good strike here by Corbin. Got a lot of power behind it. And Aberdeen flung himself to the left. More importantly, he got both hands behind the ball and it was able to, of course, propel it over the bar. It's a good save by the young man.
And who's in search of more. And again, Asun keeps it alive. Well, he's been quiet this second half, Junior Asun. Well, the goalkeeper certainly hasn't been. He's been one of the busiest men in the second half. That's going to take a while to come down. Oh, there we go. Well, they found some space in behind here. Saint-Hilaire is quick, but he's quicker. And unfortunately, the touch too heavy. Good bit of skill. And that's the danger of committing so many bodies forward. Terminix Rangers almost caught out. That's a bad pass. Ross Russell Jr. comes to the rescue. Still standing and good defending in the end from Jemima Mulreen. Oh, it's been a quiet night from him. Is it that his father's been successful in keeping him under wraps, so the game situation didn't really require services?
I think a combination of both, really. An excellent first half performance by Central FC. They really stymied the various threats that Rangers, of course, provide. And I think, of course, now in the second half, the cavalry came in. Guerra, Francois, to name a few. And they've changed the course of this game.
Well, a good challenge. Can give Central an opportunity to go forward. Javon Morris misses out there, looking at the flag, and well, they get the reprieve as the flag does go up. Well, they have been trying to exploit that space behind Javon Morris. It's the second or third time I've seen them attempt to go in that direction.
Well, they do play with their wide players quite high up the park, their wing backs, and it is an area there that can be exploited.
Well, he's looking to exploit the left-hand side, and it's a goal kick. He's had a good game, Mikey Andrews. More changes are afoot, and Daniel David would end his shift, and it's a new man coming in, Isaiah. Here's Corbin. Dick Chances opening up here. Kept his footing well. Nike Manjus. Here's Maurice Dick, Atula Guerra. And, well, easy in the end for the goalkeeper. Well, it's almost anticlimactic. The tension in the game has all but dissipated after an enthralling first half.
And you have to give credit to Rangers for that, James. They have certainly found their rhythm here in the second half. As I said, we always knew there was another gear there, and maybe even another one.
Or maybe the substitute can get something, Isaiah Raymond. There's Maurice Dick. He's been pretty solid. But this time he gives away possession. I'll tell you what, the fans all across the Caribbean would have witnessed a goal fest. We've seen 6 goals go in. Well, there's a touch forced into there. Corbin. Well, Asun is not the first time in the contest he's lost his footing. Inside the final 20 minutes of regulation time. Well, they've had their money's worth, the fans. Maybe more goals. Oh, not this time. Jamal Francois just off the mark. Illegal, says Crystal Sobers. She's had a pretty consistent match, the referee.
Yeah, she's done a good job in of course, making sure that the flow of the game has been of a high quality. Certainly in the first half, when it was a little bit more interesting and that man may have felt a little bit more optimistic of his chances. Again, you have to give Rangers credit for snuffing this one out.
Well, Crystal Sobers is one of 5 top FIFA accredited referees in Trinidad and Tobago. That list also includes another female, Cecile Hines. You saw in the matchup between Police and Defence Force. And of course Caleb Wills, who has been included in the World Cup cast. Well, speaking of World Cup, Trinidad and Tobago are in action tonight. They face up against Nicaragua in the Nations League. Match starts just after this match at around 10 o'clock. Well, that's going to be a goal kick.
Well, it's of course Nations League tonight, and as you mentioned, James, several of the players selected in the Nations League squad would have, of course, been playing in this Ascension League. Of course, the Ascension League giving them that avenue to display their talents to the national head coach, Angus Eve.
Two players.
Yeah, although may not have been present here at the ground, he would have seen it live here on Sportsmax.
He's a big fan. Well, here's Central and St. Hilaire, safe as ever. 2 players from Terminex Rangers have been selected for international duty. Real Gill, who's not here this evening, and Kyan Thomas. Well, here's Da Costa looking to put his name in the pickings. Well, he does win a corner. So Kyan Thomas and Real Gill both selected for senior international duty as well as under 20 duty. Of course, the under 20 CONCACAF qualifiers coming up later this month.
Of course, Marvin Phillip from Deportivo and Luke Phillip as well selected.
He's been selected for the under 20. Kevon Goddard of the Defence Force was also selected.
And Justin Sadu.
Justin Sadu as well. And from Police, Jabari Mitchell. So lots of players selected from the Ascension Tournament. And of course, some were even called up for the training game that they had last week against St. Lucia, including Isaiah Garcia, Point Fortin.
Well, you have to give the organizers of this tournament a lot of credit for putting this on. It's really given our young footballers, talented footballers, the opportunity to display their talents, and not just display their talents here in the lovely La Horquetta recreational facility, but also throughout the Caribbean. I, of course, had the opportunity to visit St. Lucia and Jamaica over the last 2-3 weeks, and I was asked extensive questions about, of course, this Ascension Tournament and the viewers enjoying it.
Well, there's a chance, and well, you went for the spectacular, and let's say, well, spectacular can also be used to describe the attempt, not in the affirmative sense, though. Kadeem Corbin, though, he's been a talking point for many football fans, and they've been wondering, you know, perhaps him not getting a look in at the national level.
I think at least being called in, both him and Woodley, I would have suggested, they do present a different type of dimension to that number 9 position that we don't have the abundances as we used to. Of course, when you think back to the likes of Stern John, Kenwin Jones, Cornel Glenn, of course Samuel up front, just to name a few. Jason Scotland. Well, he had really an array of choices in that position that could have come in and do the job, and of course now we just don't have the numbers and the volume that we had before. So it speaks to the fact that maybe Corbin and Woodley may have factored in some way or form, maybe not in the final squad that went to Nicaragua, but certainly to get a look in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kadeem Corbin. This man wearing the number 9. He was the top scorer back in 2014 when T&T Under 20 won the Caribbean Cup. And, well, he has been a top performer in this competition.
Well, just looking at that injury with Dick there, I want to think that it's a muscle pull or tear. As I look at this appointment in the face of Aberdeen, he's done well, James, the goalkeeper. He's nothing to bow his head about. He's had a difficult time, and one of the protagonists there, Atula Guerra, came on, and of course his introduction as well as Jamal Francois have really changed the trajectory of this game. But I think Central FC could take some positives from this game, albeit the scoreline being 5-1. I think the young charges under Russ Russell certainly showed qualities, albeit in not enough long stretches to impact the game, but enough to suggest that there may be improvements in the second round.
Obviously, they got a packed weekend of Ascension football action coming up. Tomorrow, Saturday at the Arima Velodrome, AC Port of Spain will take on Real Westport, while Moruga FC will come up against second place Defence Force. And on Sunday, at the Police Barracks, Police FC will take on Central Soccer World. And that match starts at 5 p.m. So a full weekend, a full slate of matches, the Ascension Tournament, and maybe more goals. Atula Guerra 1v1. And he makes it 2. Number 2 for him on the evening. And the goal number 6 for Terminex Horquetta Rangers. And just like that, abracadabra, he's made their hope go away.
Well, it's always a good sight for a coach when his team changes defense to offense quite quickly, and more importantly, James, the offense ends in a goal. Good composure, cuts inside his man, and of course a slight deflection off of Felix over the head of Aberdeen, and nothing less than he deserved, Atula Aguirre. Good finish.
Well, Central FC will go in search of another consolation. Oh, that's good. It's gotten past Ross Russell Jr. Da Costa. He's got options and try to go it alone. And, well, does get a corner. No. Just get a blow to the head for his troubles there. Ike Manjus. He's a big boy. He's back on his feet. So changes. Terrell Roberts has joined the action. Angelo Williams also set to join in. He will replace Pierre, the architect of Central FC's only goal in the evening. Maybe a consolation as we enter the final 10 minutes of the match. Oh, a useful touch from St-Hilaire. And, well, not quite sure what that was. It is a throw, though. Well, Maurice Dick, after a decent shift, he's been rested after suffering an injury. Just hope that it's not too serious.
Well, we talked about the table and the importance of 3 points for Rangers, but I tell you what, it comes at an expense. When you look at the fact that Hudson, Tyrone Charles, and now Maurice Dick comes up lame, of course. Players missing for international duty. You have to wonder what sort of impact this 3 points would have had.
Oh, those oohs and ahs came for a good reason. The magician is about. Oh, they're all queuing up now. They all want a piece of it. Oh, there's a flag. Well, they've certainly put themselves in a healthy position, at least at goal difference, Central FC, Terminex Rangers. That's what separates them and Defence Force. Defence Force, well, they're not going to have a tough game tomorrow. They're coming up against the team that hasn't won a match in the tournament, Moruga FC, which Maurice Dick, the man you just saw lying there, he happens to be from that community. So it's a race to get goals to keep themselves above. I'm sure Terminex won't mind scoring another one for consolation.
But as I said, I do think that this tournament would be decided on the head-to-head games between Police FC, Defence Force. I would even throw, of course, Deportivo Point Fortin, who we saw earlier today, and this team here, Terminex Horquetta Rangers. I think those results will decide where this year's Ascension Tournament champion will lay.
Well, this is aimed at Corbin. Doesn't get to the intended target. They will get a throw. Well, had his pocket pick there, Ike Manjus. And the chance could open up here. Jesus Perez gets there first. Good time to take a look at the Sportsmax app moment. Let's see if your guess is as good as mine. And he's called the Trini Ronaldinho. Look him up on YouTube. Atula Guerra does get some help from Faria. But you never want to leave him 1v1. A la peanut butter jelly sandwiches. You'll make your goalkeeper disappear. That's our Sportsmax app moment.
Well, I think from a Central FC perspective, James, they do have a quality coaching staff. Of course, with Ross Russell, Trevor Nottingham, and of course Jules as well. Good people there. Well, that's a good finish.
And that's a good consolation. And I tell you what, they've got something to smile about. Was it Morgan Heritage who said, is there nothing to smile about? He wasn't talking about this team. That's goal number 2 for them, Central FC. And it's one that they will cherish despite the scoreline. Romario Burke getting paid out.
Well, I was just lamenting on the coaching staff of Julius Edwards, Trevor Nottingham and Ross Russell and the job they have to do with these young chargers. Good finish there by Burke, but the work continues, and this is part of the work in progress here. This result. So a lot of positives, as I said.
Well, I think our defense force, whoever they are looking on at this game, will be quite pleased to see Central FC get another goal. And that's because it cuts the goal difference that I was talking about earlier.
And that's good composure after the mistake there by Perez, trying to come out of defense with the ball. Burke with a very cool finish to slot it by Jabari St-Hilaire to give them their consolation.
Can they pick a red shirt? Not this time. Well, clearance is particularly a good one. And well, he felt that he might have been impeded there as soon. Oh, Francois rather. Oh, well, Javon Morris certainly made a few fans with that move.
Oh, that's naughty and late.
Junior Asun causing chaos and confusion. Does win a free kick for his efforts.
Well, of course, the conversation around player of the match comes around, James.
Yeah, and well, 2 names come to my mind. Atula Guerra, Kadeem Corbin. Take your pick.
Well, it's a close one, that's for sure. That was a close call, I tell you what.
Well, I'm sure some nightmarish moments when I flash through the mind of the defenders and those on the Terminex Rangers bench. Fortunate to see that flag go up. Well, now I understand why you've taken off the dreadlocks, Ben Sancho. Decisions like these make you pull your hair out.
Well, I must admit what Guerra has been able to do in terms of changing the course of the game. In coming on and of course at a time where Rangers seem to be struggling a bit. That's where it was at 3-1 at that point, and that's why I may have tipped my hat for him, but I have no problem with Kadeem Corbin.
Decisions. And there was concerned about Pythagoras theorem. A greater solutions in the world that need some problems in the world that need solving, like figuring out a man of the match.
Yeah, I think this is a lot harder equation.
I wonder if the fans on our online stream can help us out. Maybe some handball involved there. Well, this could fall anywhere to Ross Russell Jr. Well, the clock ticking down at the moment. Take your pick, Brent Sancho.
Well, I think that just made my mind up. I'll go with Tula Guerra as man of the match.
Well, Corbin, well, he's got evidence. At least it's justified. And there we go. Wasn't that hard, was it?
I think if I was deciding to grow my dreadlocks back, that decision would have stopped it.
Well, here's Burke. Heavy touch. We're inside the 3 minutes that have been added to the 90. Let's see if Corbin can get a hat trick. Well, not this time.
Had me nervous here.
Did get man of the match in match week 9, the last match week, Kadeem Corbin. And oh, that's a good stop from St. Hilaire.
This game has become very, very stretched, with both teams abandoning the midfield. It's straight backs against forwards here.
Oh, lots of space for Burke here. And, well, try to part the Red Sea. Oh, we're inside the final minutes of time added on. Well, did get some practice there, Romario Burke. Unfortunately, it's not going to count. Well, it's just a matter of time now before Crystal Sobers blows the final whistle. Maybe a chance for Central to add another consolation, cut the deficit. Well, can't get past Jesus Perez. Well, that's it. That's all she wrote. And it's a match that ebbed, it flowed, and it produced 8 goals. 6 of which went to Terminix Horquetta Rangers, 2 of which went to that man. And that man, Kadeem Corbin, as Terminix Rangers win this contest by 6 goals to 2. What a match we've witnessed here in La Horquetta. It promised goals and it delivered on that fact. And it's a match that Dave Corminer was made to sweat for the first 45 minutes. But then he shuffled the pack and picked out some aces. And that was all she wrote. Terminix Rangers remain unbeaten in the competition. A win that will take them up to 26 points. Tyrone Charles, though, did start the dance party going, feeding Ross Jr. And the defender, Hague. Well, he put the ball in the wrong direction, and that made it 1-0. Rush Jr. getting in on the act early, and Hague, nightmare for him. Opé combined with Da Costa to give an equalizer just before halftime, and then Cristiano Ronaldo celebration. But you can make the sound effects for yourself. The other brother, Leonardo da Costa, forced into some action, and he was up to the task. Then the introduction of Kadeem Corbin. That was one to make it 2-1. Guerra with the assist. And what a goal that was. And then Kadeem Corbin, perhaps the goal of the match. Time to pull his pants up, and he made it 3-1. Yeah, that's going to make YouTube highlight reels. Ross Russell Jr. certainly showing appreciation. And then came the Guerra show. He made it 4, combining with Russ Jr. And that made it 4-1. Smiles all around for everybody. Ikim tried to get in on the act, and he did successfully from the free kick. He made it 5. Back in form after injury-plagued season. Then Guerra, 1v1. And he made it 2 for him. 6-1 in favor of Terminix Rangers. And then Jesus Perez dilly-dallying, having his pocket picked, and Romario Burke getting a consolation to cut the deficit to 6-2. So Romario Burke finally gets the ball into the back of the net. Too little, too late, as 6-2, the final score. Let's take a look at the statistics for this match, and well, I'm sure we will see that it has been pretty stretched. 25 shots to 15 in favor of Terminix Horquetta Rangers, 19 of which were on target. Of those, 6 went into the goal. 2 fouls compared to 1. No yellow cards, a pretty clean match. No cards issued by Crystal Sobers. 4 offsides to 1, 9 corners to 2. And look at the saves category. 19 saves. She's done a fantastic job. But I tell you what, Brent Sancho is going to be standing by very soon, because he's going to present the man of the match to the man who scored 2 goals. The first of which was this. And then he got another. And the man, the nickname be Trini Ronaldinho, certainly showing his quality at a crucial time in the match, and that's why he will be given our man of the match, courtesy Sportsmax. So big smiles all around as Brent Sancho, one quality player, is awarded by a former quality player. And, well, he's a new brand commentator who's doing a fantastic job. Atula Guerra, our man of the match. And our Campari player of match week 9, of course, the player that dazzled for the week. He almost got a player of the match this time around as well. And Kadeem Corbin scored the crucial goal to give them the edge against AC Port of Spain in the last match week. And he would provide an assist after that. And, well, he says thank you to everybody. We say thank you for him, as Kadeem Corbin is our Campari man of the match. $500 and a big smile and a check from our friends at Campari. Maybe some money as well. Extra money at the side. How about that? Certainly worth getting our Campari man of the match. Don't forget, the action continues. You can follow on Sportsmax as well as on YouTube. On Saturday, AC Port of Spain takes on Real Westfort at the Arima Velodrome. That match starts at 5 p.m. And at 7, Maruga FC will take on Defense Force second versus the bottom of the table. On Sunday, the action moves to the St. James Barracks at 5 p.m. Police FC, they will take on Central FC. And that is expected to be another quality match, as we have just witnessed right here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Well, you've had all the action, you've had your belly full, and unfortunately it's time to say bye-bye. We leave you after a match with 8 goals, 6 goals to 2. Terminex Rangers over Central FC. That's it for us, the entire production crew. On behalf of myself, James Saunders, and Brent Sancho, we say have a wonderful evening. Catch you later.